We are diving back into the Roottrees Are Dead. We're gonna pick up Roottreemania and see if we can finish this whole thing out.
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
Yeah.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress, and with my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge the Clancy Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. That was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Alright. So I'm gonna try to use the in-game notes like I was doing before. Possible infidelity, 1975 to 1982. Family tree update, 1998. Oh, is this all like... No. Not... Is this all one person? So, this person is a part of the family tree. And then this is all of the affairs they have? Ooh. You were getting busy. Oh my. Family tree update. So this is someone who was already in the tree, already married, had a baby. So I'm assuming that's Stephanie, because she was pregnant. Possible infidelity. 1921, 1949. Oh. Oh, right. So, like, any lineage that they had would be related. Split up. John Doe. Top secret. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. You'll have to be extra sleuthy this time to deduce the truth. Pay close attention to what you find. Be sure to look into your loose ends. Wow, whoever this is, 1975 to 1982? Jesus. 5 different people? And there's only you need to get 4 before the person you hired me returns. Where to start? Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. 6 pieces. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. The Roottree Rift. In March, the Rootree Company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release, with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottree and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clansett Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Roottreemania. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a Roottree. The Roottree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim, and, in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Roottrees. Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree and therefore entitled to a share of the Clansett Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottreemania saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicions, the DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottreemania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Okay. Previously on the Roottrees Are Dead. This is a new investigation with a new focus. After many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees, it is recommended you try to catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books or magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Oh. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Roottree family tree. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. The Roottree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Roottrees such as Lauren Roottree, Miracle Roottree, and Jim Roottree had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful resources overall, mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces, Elias' children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. There were 5 presidents of the Roottree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Caroline Morden, Stephanie Jones, and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Caroline's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. Many of the younger Roottrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson, Chris Raff 75. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones's company's website. Ronald and his brother Robert Roottree go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the Clansett Trust. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There were also a few dead ends and red herrings. Aloysius Herring Roottree, who claimed he was a Roottree but was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Roottree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though could lead to other information. Caroline Morden's sculptures were not useful. Okay. There's 8 pieces of evidence from that. 11 from this one. Today, August 3rd, 1999, there was a knock at your door. Clark Rafferty LaRue, the current president of the Roottrees Candy Company, explained that multiple people have come out of the woodwork to claim to be Roottrees. He has been trying to work with Sam, but she has not answered his calls. He also handed you a letter that he said you could share with Sam that said the following. To both of you, the company I hired to help us with the Clansett Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new root tree. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for the ones that led to potential new root trees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. So please fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both. Clark. Okay, and I think that's everything. So, this is where we're going to start with 6 pieces. Welcome. Thanks for upgrading your Cashew PC to NutOS 1.1. This upgrade includes thousands of bug fixes and enhancements. Your system should be more stable and smooth to operate. Here are some of the highlights. Your computer is now ready for Y2K. We recommend shutting it down on New Year's Eve just in case. File names can now be up to 20 characters long. That should be enough for everyone. Putting a CD in the drive upside down will no longer heat the plastic to dangerous temperatures. Okay. We no longer prompt you to replace the printer ink when it's still 50% full. As always, remember, Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are not safe for human consumption. Any computer parts eaten are done of your own volition and you assume the risk. The Cashew PC Corporation cannot be held liable for any so-called incidents of computer poisoning. I still have the Pixpop app. Telephoto magazine. Actually, I never searched this. Telephoto magazine. Telephoto is a photography magazine. Oh. It's here. I wonder if there were things I could have searched before with that. I did not even notice that that was there. Okay. Well, we'll see if that's relevant this time around. We're looking for 6 pieces. There's an older version of this page in the Time Travel Archive. That's cool. I'll go to that after. 6 pieces, Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Madsen, was released in early 1999 and perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash, shot to the top of the charts. Reviews were mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only about 2 months. Most reviewers agree that the core of the book about Samantha's fathers and the struggles they faced was compelling, and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottree was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. The fallout from the book led to the Roottree Company scrambling to release a statement, and due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move is referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis, but more traditional analysts have been calling it the Roottree Rift. A few months later, due to Roottreemania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Okay. Okay, so let's copy the title of this book. And then, are there any other key phrases in here? A late night sketch about indecisionitis. And the Roottree Rift. And then maybe I can even search Roottreemania. But before I do that, I want to go back and see what it was before. According to a publisher's website, Six Pieces is an upcoming book by Sam Madsen. There are no further details about its content or release date. Okay, cool. So that kind of tells me if I was able to search this before. Okay. So let's look at this book. Not periodicals, library. Sam Madsen, and then Six Pieces. Sam Madsen's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottree, as well as Sam's fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. You helped verify her story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your new search. These sections have been added to your notes. Okay. Okay. And then I want to look up indecisionitis. Indecisionitis was a disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for Jit Together. Jit Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Roottree Candy Company, it was released in the weeks after their bizarre response to the release of Six Pieces by Sam Madsen and references the recent news. In the sketch, a woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-thru speaker. Then after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch it to a number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance amongst the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, as the employees began helping other customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant and passed the current line, complaining loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned from the restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. A doctor claims that the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion and irritability, and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but could also spread to humans. The doctor then recommends Jit Together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonials use variations of the catchphrase, "When I can't make my tough decisions, I've got to get my Jit together." The final testimonial included a bald man in silhouette with a voice changer saying, "I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my Jit together." Okay. I mean, that's Clark, but I don't think that really gives me any context, I think. It doesn't give me any information. Okay. And then the Roottree Rift. The 3 press releases from the Roottree Candy Company after the release of Six Pieces were referred to as the Roottree Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Roottrees Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottree would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clansett Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the two press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release that came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottree would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation plan would be based on a stringent verification process. Okay. I don't think there's anything to pull from that I can see. Maybe I could look into Ron, because I wasn't aware that Ron would be a president as well. It seemed like it was just Clark, but we'll see. And then JIT together. Oh, right. It's a fake advertisement, so that makes sense. I'll delete that note. Okay. Let's check on Ron Roottree. Ron was announced as the president of Roottree during the Roottree Rift, but the next press release immediately reversed the announcement and instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. There are hundreds of results about this development, but most articles are retelling of basic details. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Ron has also done some interviews saying the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. Instead, he hopes to release a movie about it someday. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother Gwen died in Paris, France. He and his brother Robbie have seemingly made amends. Oh, Gwen died? And then the older one was just this. Okay. Let's see if there's any update on Robbie. Robbie Roottree was released from French prison after serving a few years for assault. His embezzlement and arrest were partially featured in 6 pieces, as Robbie's participation in the Clansett Trust was a key piece of evidence in Sam's favor, and have since become much more publicly infamous. He has not yet returned to the United States, but when journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother, he had issued a blanket statement a few days ago. "The death of my mother was hard on our family. My brother and I, after spending time together caring for her in mourning, have finally made amends. It was a highly transformative few weeks when it came to our relationship. I'm in recovery from my addiction, and a major aspect of that process is that I wish to stay private." Okay. Let's look up Gwen Roottree. Maybe there's like an obituary for her. Gwen Roottree was a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. Her biggest role was in the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She died in Paris, France about 3 weeks ago. After leaving Hollywood, she made no effort to stay in the limelight, and most obituaries tend to focus on her larger role, Guys Like Us. Not much is known about her death except that it was announced that she died peacefully in her sleep while being treated for a sudden severe case of pneumonia. Before that, she had apparently been in relatively good health according to her friends and family in Paris. She was 67. Okay. And I remember that. I do want to check on Business Watch, Ron Roottree. Business Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Roottree Rift about what really happened with Roottree. The article mentions that nobody from Roottree that they reached out to was willing to go on the record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. The timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottree died, but before the release of Six Pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Roottree to take over because of his experience running RR Productions and because he was a well-known and well-respected Roottree. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the clans at Trust to remove Robbie Roottree. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When Six Pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight and released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the clans at Trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about but seemed like the safest choice. Well, dang. Poor Clark. I should go to my evidence and check out Six Pieces. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968 after the death of Elias Roottree until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to Six Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm's supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonella's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottree. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Okay. So there's Elizabeth. Okay. Highlight. Secretary to Guy. I might do that one separately. Met her daughter at one of Guy's parties. A caterer met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. They eloped? So she married someone else. Married a caterer called Antonella's. No, from a restaurant. Okay, and then we'll take note of Antonellis. Okay. And then there's another Elizabeth. We'll go Beth, secretary to Elias. And there are no additional pages on that. So this is all we got from Sam's book. Okay. Next on the list, oh, the Roottrees Rift. I already looked that up. So I'll look up Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark Rafferty LaRue is the new president of the Roottrees Corporation. This does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. Oh, I guess I could look into that too. In early March of 1999, about 5 months ago, it was announced that both Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottree would be taking over for what was essentially described as a transitional period in the aftermath of Six Pieces. About 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was the new permanent president. Most of the information about Clark you knew already. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottree. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the Clansett Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. That's fair. Maybe we could look in here for Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark Rafferty LaRue, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises. Ruby Spratt. Okay. Were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Clansett Trust. There's an article about that process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometime in late March, after the Roottrees Rift, but well before Roottreemania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money, so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the Clansett Trust as high as possible. After looking over the Clansett Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as a sort of trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they'd begin to address the Clansett Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes, such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Okay, so should I look up Ruby Spratt? Okay. I think this is still the same. And then will it be the same for her company? Ruby Legal Enterprises. Yes, okay. What if I do a spider search? Oh, actually, I'll search Root. The Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new information. The most recent catalog, spring 1999, had an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who is apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it you find information about the Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees Sisters if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Clansett Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. So I guess I could also search the Clansett Trust again and see what the updates to that are, which I'm sure are going to be what we saw. And then this. This might be important. Oh, if I click on it, oh, it just takes me to that. Let's see if there's any info here. Nope, same thing. I want to remove this. Oh, and then I need to search this stuff too. Okay. The Clansett Trust is the Roottree Company's unusual legal arrangement and the motivation for most of their financial major decisions. As a recap, the entire family earns inheritance directly from the profits of the candy company, as well as their sister clothing company, Root, with the period. This means that nearly every Roottree can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. Historically, this has caused the family to be slow to approve any major expenditures that could significantly dig into the profits. After the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen, the Clansett Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottree. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottrie at the direction of Elias Roottree, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked, in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottree family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Roottrees. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. Okay. Okay, so maybe we do some more digging on Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson, who was only president of Roottree for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s, had mostly faded into obscurity, except for the Fancy Flavors debacle. During Roottreemania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5 Ps appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash he was drunk or impaired in some way, but the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play and that no party had taken place. Rootree's lawyers have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who has tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. Okay, so 5 Ps is definitely on that list, and I should look into him. 5 Ps, aka Felix Fellows, is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottree and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias, 5 Ps, is a play on 5 Pieces, an article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7. 7, for whatever reason. with the headline, "More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection." Let me see if I can search that as well. Maybe that'll tell me what the paper is or website. The review mentions his real name is David and he used to go by Dirty Davy. Dirty Davy? I don't know. And the author rused the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. At first, the Roottree company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottree even appeared on the same magazine a week later. And we can look up Miracle, too. But since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his story. Okay. AKA Felix Fellows. So his real name is David? Real name, David. Okay, let's start there. I'm sure this will give me the same result. And then Root of All Evil. Root of All Evil is 5P's debut album. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5P's recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences in professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. Highlight. Maybe I can get an audio file of that. After dropping the single, 5P's announced he'd retain the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Okay. Notes. All of that to get into. Root of All Evil, done. More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. Okay, took me to the same article. News Time. News Time is a major news periodical that releases a new issue every week. The rapper 5P's famously appeared on the cover, claiming to be a Roottree. Then, 1 week later, Miracle Roottrees did the same, denying that he was. Because of this high-profile back-to-back discourse right before the start of Roottreemania, they appeared to be the de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Roottrees saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until the end of Roottreemania, when the world generally stopped paying much attention and they went back to reporting on more traditional news. And now I can search on here for 5P's. Oh. Maybe Miracle Roottree? Oh wait, this is Business Watch. News Time. 5P's. Felix Fellows, aka 5P's, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottreemania. Then, a week later, Miracle Roottree appeared on the cover of the magazine in an article that focused heavily on 5P's as well. A summary of both articles as well as a close-up of the photo 5P's is holding on the cover of his issue have been added to your evidence. Okay. That's Guy. Roottree Family Picnic. Huh. The rapper 5P's appeared on the cover of News Time holding this Polaroid of his mother Joanna when she was Zach Morden's secretary at a company picnic. He claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson, also in the photo, were having an affair that led to his birth. Joanna. Zach Morden's secretary. That is the photo. Could this rapper be the next Sam Madsen? Five Piece, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of Newstime holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as fake until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. That's a lot of times for me to say Guy Hudson. Five Piece says that his mother Joanna was Zach Morden's secretary when he retired and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit, the first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all of the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of one photo he appears with on the cover of Newstime. He says it was the only one where they were dressed, and the only one not from the affair itself. The picture is shown in full evidence in full inside the magazine, which was added to your evidence. The magazine also includes some additional history about Five Piece's career. He was born Felix Fellows to Riley and Joanna Fellows, but has never rapped without a moniker. Oh. Riley and Joanna Fellows. He even tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on street corners in Portland. He has only recently started going as Five Piece to harness the power of his lineage. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottrees Company as a secretary sometime during the early to mid-70s. It also confirms she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottrees Company, but at the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of a recent book, Roottrees has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. Oh, Miracle's old now. Did I get there? I did, okay. He still has the tie, charlatans and thieves. Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover of Newstime shortly after Five Piece did. He vehemently denied that Five Piece was a Roottrees. This article was from before the DNA test that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of Five Piece's accusations regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with Six Piece's content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrees, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from Six Pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the Clancy Trust that the family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward from the family, He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far, every case has been demonstrably laughably false. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. He focuses on Five Piece, who appeared on Newstime before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites Five Piece's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracles Roottree are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottree. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottree, despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Okay. Woo. So the star here, and there's only one, is 5 P's. So, ooh, Felix Fellows. Now, I thought his real name was David, but let me check on that. The review mentions his real name is David. He used to go by Dirty Davy. Oh. According to fan sites, Felix Fellows is not 5P's actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davy was 5P's previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. There are some people selling his old mixtapes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil and the other Dirt Boar. Dirty Devil was 5P's first mixtape, released as Dirty Davy, from the early 90s. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references. With the range thought to be somewhere between 1992 and 1994, one of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. Okay, what about Dirt Poor? Dirt Poor was a mixtape by Dirty Davy released in 1996. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix Fellows includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Raina, in a list of attractive women. The lyrics to one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s, and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When re-released in 1999, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to the character from the X-Files. Okay. So maybe he's David Fellows and not Felix. And he is an artist, technically. Or is it musician? It was musician. Artist would be like art. Not her. Where is she? Oh, that is her. I switched her picture around. Okay. Oh, there's another picture of Zach. Oh, and there's another picture of Guy. But I can't put it in here. I guess because Guy is gonna go down here. Oh, he gets easy because he's from the original tree. And he was the president. Third, I think. Yeah, third. Okay. That was his first affair. Her name was Joanna. Fellows. And Riley Fellows. And we have a picture of Joanna here. Okay. So we would need one more person. Oh, and I think I have it. Brian Jones and Stephanie. Landon, right, that's her birth name. And she's in politics. But I need a picture for her. So let's look into Stephanie. It seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is Baby Photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. The second is What's Next. There's not much of substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There's been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Okay. And then maybe here, Stephanie Jones. This page hasn't been updated for at least 8 months and may now be irrelevant. Okay. What about Brian Jones? Also hasn't been updated. Okay. That's good to know. It's a good way of doing it. And then they have a little baby, and she has, Brian Jones posted this photo of his family together in the hospital following the birth of their newborn girl. His new daughter is wearing an adorable little Santa hat, and his wife Stephanie is giving her signature thumbs up move from her campaign literature. Okay. And then they have an itty bitty baby. Oh, I got something wrong, I think. Or maybe the locked in tree people don't count. But it says once you verify this person. It might not be counting the original people. This person's on the tree, 1949, 1921. Okay. And then she's named after her grandmother. So not Caroline, but Clara. Oh, there's no Clara. Last name should be Jones. Named after her grandmother? Hold on, let me go back. Our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Maybe it's Carol. Ooh. Oh. Okay, I got something wrong though. Oh no. Oh yeah, I got Joanna wrong. Unless she doesn't count because she's on the side.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck!
Amazing. Okay. More evidence is always a good thing. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that work directly for Roottree or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. You're not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing Guy's secretaries and visits overseas. Spider-searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Okay. Leadership, Zach Morden. Special Management, Ernest Madsen Jr. Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, Elizabeth Cravensworth. Eli C. Roottree, Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg. Okay, that's a lot of names. And then farm manufacturing. So there's one clue to get from this. And I think it might be Beth. Or actually, there's a couple Elizabeths. So that gives me a name. Office staff and then secretary. In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 1978. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. During 1976 and 1977, the following changes took place. Eli C. Roottree is no longer employed by the company. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottree. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries. Oh. That's her name. John Miller is no longer employed by Roottree. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary bonus. Ooh. 50 years, so she started in 26. Zach Morden retirement party. 20K? Okay. In 1978, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, Lloyd Carpenter. Do I already have her? I do. Okay. Rafford Toons is now listed as office staff. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Garland's no longer working for Roottree. Secretaries. Thomas Green. Sam Cattrall. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Interpreter. Presidential office refurbishment. The volatility continued. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. Office staff. Susan Ford moved to office staff. Okay. I think the secretaries will be good to look at. 5 pieces development flavors. Oh, caviar. New Year's Eve ball. More caviar. Grandorf Dove donation. That seems weird. Let's highlight that. Where's the Roottrees? Oh no, I think that was before. These are all kind of vague, but this might return some sort of information. Guy Hudson died in May of 1982, so the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all of the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Sam Madsen left Roottree in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Okay. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottrees, so... Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett. I thought... Oh, that's office staff. Okay. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Roottree. Roottree instead uses a temp agency called Work Time Temp. That might be important. Canceled. Root clothing reimbursement. Fred Gleason. Let's just put started in 1933. I should have put that for the other person. Beth. Okay. That was good. My ears. Okay. 6 pieces prodigy.us to genealogy genie at prodigy.us. This is about all the information I have about Regina Clementine, née Salazar. Okay. From New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. Okay. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottree lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer, okay, that's good to know, never knew his father, told her he might be a Roottree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online. She was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger, and Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seemed to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. Okay. Stuart's mother was Mary Beth Clementine. Okay. This photo was given to you by Sam Madsen. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottree. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine. a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottree. Oh. That's why I got a photo of this old man. When would that have been? They told me. Well-known singer in the 30s and 50s, so maybe the 49s. This is Miracle Jr., right? Yeah, because the real Miracle would be like, well, actually, no. It's not Miracle Jr. It's the oldest. It's actually just Miracle. That's true. He's a preacher still. Oh. And then it would be with this woman, Mary Beth Clementine, musician. I do want to look her up though. Did I put him in the right place? Infidelity, and then they got divorced. I thought that was someone else. Oh, Joanna's last name isn't Fellows. It is in my notes. Joanna Robertson. And she was a secretary. I can get rid of some of these notes. I haven't looked up everything. Did I look up news time already? Mary Beth Clementine is probably someone I can search. Mary Beth Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 1942 and 1959. She traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. Oh. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Mary Beth passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. Okay. Sterling. Maybe I can look up New Edison. I just want to highlight it. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Okay, so that should be her husband. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. Oh. You also find a few references to New Edison by Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Oh. Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison records after its owning Sterling Edison got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user-submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." Okay. I just want to search this. The Old Rugged Cross is a popular hymn that has been covered by many, many artists. You won't find much relevant information about it online. I won't, even if I go by Mary Beth Clementine? No. Okay. Well, what about Edison Records versus Edsel? Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant, except for potentially a lawsuit they filed in 1949, Edison Records versus Edsel. A website about lawsuits mentions this is a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. So his name is actually Sterling Edsel. Oh, I didn't put a G, I put an E. Nothing. Edison Records? No, okay. So, her husband, Sterling Edsel. And I don't have a picture of him? I do have a picture of him. Maybe. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. Who's Stuart? Stuart Clementine. So if Stuart's the older boy, this is the younger boy. Are they both his? Or it doesn't, like, because of the boxes it's confusing. Okay, so we have Stuart Clementine. Clementine? That's what he goes by. And she's Regina Salazar. Occupation. A police officer? The younger son. Mark. And I don't know much about Mark. Ooh. Crocodile Clementine. Crocodile. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there, or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. Oh gosh. But there's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. Actually, let me just go ahead and do this. He was once a pilot. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Okay. So I now have a photo. Mark Clementine. He's a pilot. Fun. Something's wrong here. Let's look up Billy Sims. Oh, I accidentally clicked it. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School. Okay. Who had his 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization from Trustworthy to tabloid seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now-famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." All right, yeah, that's pretty funny. Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Alright. So let's look up Sandstone. Okay, I need to just do it from here. Sandstone Canyon High School is in San Diego. There's not much information about it, though it's mentioned a lot in articles about the Billy Sims incident. Right, San Diego. Current events, maybe? News Time did a small piece about a fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. There we go, that's what I wanted. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with the assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister, and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the Army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. So, Colleen Webb. she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, so did I just get his wife's name? Colleen. And her maiden name is Webb. And they're still Clementines. Okay. Which means these two should be Clementines. So what do I have wrong here? That's 3. Unless I'm still wrong with Joanna. Spider search for Joanna Roberts. Is that how you spell her name? I think that in my evidence, in the company records, I saw her as she was in between. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. And the next year they were fired. So her name should be Joanna Robertson. She should be a secretary. And that should be 4, unless something's wrong here. I think I might have read something about her name. Mary Beth Clementine. Oh, they did say something about her legally changing her name. Maybe I can look her up in the periodicals. I don't know why she'd be here, but I'm just gonna go through everything. No, okay. Did I call Edison? Oh man. Clementine. Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She's mentioned 2 times, though the first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eye is on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word, and I felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. The second visit was a few years later, in 1953. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she's returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. It doesn't really help me. It seems Miracle Sr. is going on a new tour of the United States in late 1999. The previous flyer for 3 generations of miracles has been replaced. Be a part of history. The oldest living Roottree reprises and retells his incredible true story. Miracle Roottree grew up as one of the famous 5 pieces, living a life of wealth and luxury. But fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He has lived a long and fruitful life. However, he's now in his 70s and his age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult. So consider this your last chance to see him in a town near you before he settles back down in Pennsylvania. In this intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. He'll discuss his family's saints and sinners and provide a unique perspective on one of the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than it ever could have been from his inheritance. The site also lists the churches he will be appearing in and mentions that tickets can be purchased at their local services. Noticeably absent are any mentions about Miracle's news appearances. Okay. Okay, this is the same as before. Well, they also did an interview with Carla Sims, so maybe I should look for that. No. Stuart Clementine. I think I do still have a couple. Anonymom. I looked up Roottreemania already. Anonymom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new Roottree being added to the Clansett Trust. Instead of claiming herself a Roottree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Roottree. The accusation came during the height of Roottreemania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. Oh. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up organically because nobody knew how else to refer to her. The day after the News Time article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz, and ultimately this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to extreme similarity to Five Pieces. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job, secretary, and the time period, late 70s. After fumbling the five-piece story so publicly, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all Clansett Trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymom and the Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others, who had built up hope that history could repeat itself, I think I went too far. Others, who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after Five Piece, felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. The Roottrees Company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottrie, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Many people claim this high-profile anticlimax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Roottreemania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret root trees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of Six Pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Roottree has already been eliminated as a potential new Roottrie by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymom's affair does not appear on your updated tree. Gotcha. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Roottree. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in News Time came the week after, when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. A summary of the initial cover article has been added to your evidence. Is this going to be useful? No. It was determined through a DNA test that Anonymom's daughter was not a Roottree. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree, but did not coin the phrase Anonymom, came before all that, right around the time of her first TV interview. This is a summary. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after Five Piece was confirmed to be a member of the Roottree family, and in homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike Five Piece, she wished to remain anonymous, and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period, while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morton were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified, as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seemed to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claimed she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Time, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottrees Company at the same time as Five Piece's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Joanna was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottree, and all of the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to News Time, their reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. Five Piece's case was strengthened, and this new story was subsequently published. Okay. So that makes me feel like this is Joanna. And I think we found that the family tree people do count. So this is Miracle. He's still a preacher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's something wrong here, and I don't quite know what it is. These red herrings. Regina Clementine, May Salazar. Her husband Stuart Clementine. Maybe I should look up Regina? Is this not a picture of Joanna? Or maybe it's what she is now? Here's 5 Pieces Story. Oh, the rental store where she worked the register. Maybe I have to use her most recent retail. Oh my gosh. Okay, but Mary Beth isn't right. Her last name must be something different. Okay. Jeez. So this is hinted to be Elias Roottree, and he was the first president. We'd have to get a photo of him though, with someone named Elizabeth. I'm thinking Elizabeth, is her last name Cox? Elizabeth, no, Beth Knox. Is Beth on here too? It is. Okay, so I'd have to be sure her name is Beth or Elizabeth. But if she's on the payroll as Beth, maybe her name is Beth? Let me check again. Oh yeah, and this. Grandorf Dove. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottree offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove from 1923 to 1990 because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. The staff is listed on the website. You scan through all of the biographies and find that the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL, American Sign Language. She has been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Okay, so that fits the name Susan Ford. Hudson Wing. And then Grandorf Dove. Let's look up Hudson Wing. The Hudson Wing was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, now Grandorf School for the Deaf, first built in 1982. It's a separate, much smaller building half a block from the main campus and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottrees Company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wished to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first it only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Okay. To surprise her future husband who was deaf. And then I should probably just look her up. Also, Grandorf was the last name of the founder. Susan Ford. No, maybe here? No. What about Grandorf Dove? Grandorf Dove was a school for the deaf near Butler and was regularly listed in articles with other local schools. The Butler County Times archives includes what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched until the last mention in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article from 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the broken new Hudson Wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teachers' cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporter's investigations into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Okay. What if I search Hudson Wing here? Did I get evidence with, I thought there was a list of people who worked there. Grandorf Dove. The principal, Miss Ford. She's been working at the school for over 15 years. Got a lot of partials here. Who founded this school? So, let's go back. When did that happen? Until the last mention in 1982. Okay. Do we have years on this? We don't. Oh, 1982 would have been the last one. Okay. Oh, we can get a picture. 2 pictures of her. Her last name is Hughes right now, which would be her husband, Thomas, and I think they said she was a teacher at the school before not a teacher, professor. Okay. And all of these have avoided further appearances in this. Maybe I can search him on here. Thomas Hughes. Nothing. Okay. Well, I have a lot of notes of people that I can look for. Antonelli's. There are a large number of Antonelli's restaurants, not because it's a chain, just because it seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants. You may need to use a more local resource if you're looking for one specific one. Okay. Antonelli's. Antonelli's is an Italian restaurant, and it has been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded, she and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Christine Garland. That might be deeper in the tree. Stevie Whitlock is a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, she's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. Unfortunately, none of this seems related to the Roottrees. Okay. We have Joanna. Elizabeth Cravensworth. These are just a bunch of women. Worktime Temp is a company with many offices all over the United States. The Roottrees Candy Company is listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with, though it's far from the only one you recognize. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between Worktime Temp and anyone related to your search. Okay. Fred Gleason. Now, I thought I saw something. She's specifically there. Her son, under unusual circumstances, twice divorced, both times to her manager. She faded into obscurity. Just take it from the top, I guess. Oh. Oh. Mary Beth Clementine released the old rugged cross for New Edison, and it was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, it listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. That's what I needed. So her last name is actually Quaker. Cool beans. Alright, so that's done. Eventually I need to start doing some digging on these secretaries. And he had 2 daughters, but I don't know how I'm gonna find out about them. Okay, these have both been placed and verified. I'm all out of... Oh wait, I'm not? There's still more that I could find out from him? It might be something to do with the secretary that was hired at the same time as her. But I'd have to find out what her name is. Oops. I want to go to evidence, company records. Corinne Swartz and Beatrice Swartz are no longer employed. And this is before any changes in management. Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing. Catherine Garrett. Oh, this is later. Okay. So this is when Guy took over. Joanna and Beth. Alright. Christine Farrow is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. Oh, she also got married to someone? That might be her. That might be the Anonymom. Who else do we have for secretaries? Beatrice Watts, Corinne Schwartz were hired. Juliet McCullen, Doris Mays no longer employed. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. I don't see Juliet being hired here, so maybe... Oh, yes, they existed before. Do we have any Hughes? Anyone who became a Hughes? Delivering produce. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. Grandorf donation, was that like a yearly thing? No, just that year. I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, so Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. Oh yeah, one of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. So I could also look into that. I was looking in the wrong section. So here. Gwyneth was hired. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keatings are no longer employed by Roottrees. Maybe it's Elizabeth Farrow. Nothing relevant. Wait, this is a different person. I'm looking for Elizabeth on this side. What years did she work? Elizabeth Farrow, 1978. 1975. So is this one a year, or they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? So if this was in 75 and this was in 82, 6, 7, 8, or 8. And they're very close, obviously, but thinking it's like 3 years in between. So like this is 75 to 76, 77 to 78, 79 to 80, 81 to 82, and this is just 82. Oh boy. They're still married. Christine Garland. Oops. I feel like Farrow is not that common of a last name. Oh. Okay, my brain is working. So Christine Garland married Steve. What was his last name? Farrow? Now she has a bun in the oven. Christine Garland. And I was just looking at this. She was hired in 76, so she's the one who was hired with... Oh wait, no, his last name is Garland. Steve Garland. And then she is Nay Farrow. Right, okay. Rochelle Zimmer. Okay. So that is the person that... Not this one. That's the Anonymom. There was an article about it somewhere. This one. But this person should be married, so she couldn't have... Wait, well, she never worked at the Roottree Company at the same time. Their stories seemed eerily similar. Oh, so it wouldn't be Christine's not a Nanamom. Christine is someone else. I'm trying to remember where this information came from. Is this just from 6 Pieces? I cannot remember where that came from. Oh, wait. According to Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay, so that's where I got this from. Oops. I just wanted to pull this up. So that's Christine. Let's edit this note. Mentioned in 6 Pieces as the daughter of Elizabeth. Okay, so in here, Elizabeth Farrow. Yes. And then her daughter was hired in 1976. With Joanna. And they both got pregnant, or they both got married. So this could be Christine Farrow, who's married to Steve and Garland, and she was a secretary, but what is she now? Gotta go back to that article. She is still a secretary. And I don't have a picture of her. How will I get a picture of her? Maybe I should look up that Roottrees family picnic. Might see pictures there. Is it family or company? Because she has those words on her shirt. Roottrees family picnic. Nope, that's what it says. Any news on the Roottrees sisters? The website you used to initially place Raina, Rose, and Riley is still up, though instead of the cheery pink background with purple text, it's now a more traditional black text on a white background. The young webmaster has turned the site into a memorial for the sisters and their father. It seems like she did end up getting her ears pierced like Rose after all. Regardless, there's no relevant information, just a picture of the girls with a sad MIDI piano playing in the background. From other higher profile sites, you find that a charity has been set up in the girl's name, the Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. And I think I've been here already. And I reviewed the Clancy's Trust already. It was taken over by Ruby Legal. Okay. Maybe second. Oh goodness. Second Hudson affair. Okay. Colleen Webb. She doesn't really have any renown, so I don't know how I would find her. How did I find her name in the first place? I think it was a search for Billy Sims. Carla Sims comes up very occasionally on a small percentage of articles about Billy Sims. Carla appears to be a nickname, although you have no way of being sure. It seems to most often stand for Carlita. She doesn't seem related to your search in any way. That's true. So why can I... Did I look this up? Basket Baby? A few sites about true stories focused on and around religion mention that in 1950, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the sites, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the Basket Baby, and he even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Crocodile Clementine. How am I going to find pictures of Roottrees family picnic? I feel like it's not going to be in any of these. Edison Records was a large company with many different releases over the years. There are a ton of mentions in Modern Music Monthly, but none of it is relevant. Mary Beth Clementine was reviewed and advertised many times in Modern Music Monthly, but the most popular recording was the release of her cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands. Modern Music Monthly had a very positive review of her cover, and the writer complimented her voice and the tone of her guitar. The review had nothing to say about Mary Beth herself, so it's not of much use to your investigation. There were also other Mary Beth Clementine releases that appeared over the years. One of them was The Old Rugged Cross, which is the only song that was advertised but not reviewed. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. This is how I found that. Okay. Nothing. Okay. I'm feeling a little stuck here. I have so many partial pieces of evidence, but not quite enough to fill in any one person. I don't even have another photo of Elias Roottrees. I guess I could go look him up again. Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated with the Roottrees Candy Company had always been in somewhat high regards. This was Elias's intention as a family man with his family brand. Since Six Pieces, the Candy Company has placed much less of an emphasis on Elias as a historical brand-connected figure, but there have also been those who have argued that it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance and that he did nothing wrong. This has led to some heated television exchanges and countless op-eds. The first Anderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, it has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down, seemingly indefinitely. The website says check back later, but has no date listed. The quotes from Bess Williams' book appear to have been taken down. Oh. Oh yeah, it's the same thing. Any update on Bess Williams? Bess Williams was an author born in the late 1800s. She lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Bess has a minor history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias Roottrees. It had been all but forgotten until recently, when it was re-released during the height of Roottreemania. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentions Bess Williams. The Bocadoro Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the nonfiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963, when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. Okay. So this is updated. Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy by Bess Williams was a very poorly received book about Elias Roottrees. There are very few copies of the original, published in 1920, but it was recently republished by the same publishing company that printed Lauren's Diary for schools. It seems they wished to capitalize on Roottreemania. It did not work. Okay, so maybe there's an update on that. Bess Williams. A reprinting of an old book about Elias Roottrees. It's blatant corporate propaganda. But maybe this is where I get the photo of him. Yep. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially... Okay. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Huh. But I can get 2 clues from this. Okay. Just pure infidelity. So that makes me think that some of the stuff that I haven't visited yet, I can kind of go back to, or that I've been to before, I can go back to. There's still something to gain from here, maybe with Clark. Reminders. Raina was on the cover of a magazine, that's true. We can look up Raina Roottree. The website you used to initially place Raina, Rose, and Riley is still up. Oh right, no, I've been here. I forgot what she was on the cover of. What about Carl? Many websites and news articles eulogize Carl Roottree along with his daughters and wife Brenda. As far as you can tell, Carl and Brenda Roottree never had any marital issues. You do come across an article about a Kristen Valdez, who claims to have been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. She does not make any claim about having had a child with him. She just appeared to be paid to talk about his early life. Most of it is boring. She says that they met when he was sent to a private school near her hometown and broke up when he graduated and moved back to Butler County. Nothing irrelevant. We just clearing him of being unfaithful. I think we've got everybody. We've got Elias, we've got Miracle, we've got Guy, and then this is just an addition to the tree because she had a baby. I think I already looked up Elias Roottree, and that's... But maybe I should look him up here. Elias Roottree hasn't updated. Almost everything you can find. He invented 5 pieces, was Watchman of the Year. Maybe we can look this up. This hasn't been updated either. I don't know why I'm still looking up Carl. Zach. I can find another picture of Zach. In 1959, the fact that I can add another photo of Zach. Oh, and another photo of Clark. And Chris. Okay. Maybe, Rafford. Well, he's not a LaRue. Butler County Times, Chris Rafferty. Maybe I can get an update on Chris from his email that was searchable. Where was that? Chris Raff 75. Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seemed to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. The photo has been added to your evidence. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottree Curse website, and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiancé wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make a cartoon someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Right, the Roottrees Curse. During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor counter has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in Roottree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involve Roottrie deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge, Gwen Roottree's death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently, this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another is about the rapper 5 Piece. He can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposefully leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness and is working on figuring out what it means. There's also a request at the bottom. Next year, 2000, is a leap year, and the Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. I will highlight this. But I want to look at the guy's not dead theory. The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers and print advertisements and television commercials in their jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottree Company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company instantly back in the favor of consumers, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who run for the site are asking for help. They're certain that there is a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Picotee. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. You add them to your evidence. Well, Picotee and Cicely seem important. A picotee is a category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. Is it a magazine? It's a magazine. Picotee magazine is a publication that, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. In recent years, this has included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, and even Red Bull. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Picotee gets around this by stating in every issue that all of its articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print. At one point, Picotee ran an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Roottrees Corporation. That particular issue, the Big Sass Seabass issue, was pulled from shelves. It has now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottrees Company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. Okay. So let's look up Cicely Sanchez. Oh, wait. Cicely Sanchez is an author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man. Oh. Released in 1979, her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claim to fame. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her nonfiction, with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Picotee with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. I'm getting a lot of evidence, but I wanted to go to my notebook to look up these books. Oh, and Big Sass Sea Bass. A Big Sass Sea Bass is a talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. When you press the button and speak into it, it mimics your voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a ripoff of a more popular wall-mounted communication-based fish decoration, but the packaging makes it clear that this one does not sing. Instead, what the advertisements say set Big Sass Sea Bass apart from its competitors is a sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. It's oceans of fun for the whole family. You'll be hooked on this Big Sassy Bass. The words reeling, oceans, and hooked are conveniently bolded to ensure you recognize how clever the copywriter was. Recently, it appeared on the cover of Picotee magazine in the same issue that a Roottrees-related article appeared. That issue was removed from stores after the Roottrees sued the magazine. The issue has become a collector's item and ripe conspiracy theories about what the Roottrees were trying to keep from people. Okay, and then we can look up the books by Cicely Sanchez, oops. Out of print. What if everything you could stand for, everything you know to be true today could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships, gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely tells this powerful story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? And this is out of print. And then the other one is Foreign Gospel. Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but the author, Cicely Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. Let's see some of my evidence. Bass Elbub. Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? Oh, I thought I was going to get pictures. This is an interview with Cicely Sanchez, an author. She was hired to write a book about Guy Hudson. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 1970s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me from my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop chop, snip snip, anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to 2 traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree. And second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women, but he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond's trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Rootree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Oh, The Rootree Legacy. And remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece... And remember the fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do, too. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Rootree Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big, shiny embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good, an imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress Susie something into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. That's important. What year was this? 1981. So right before the teacher. Or maybe it is the teacher. I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last that ever came up. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. When he met with someone, I'd figured out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. That's 2 hints. Madsen got things wrong? Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any women that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Oh. Well, there you go. This photo was on Chris Rafferty's website. According to Chris, it's a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. While they were distracted, he snuck into the supply of chocolate they kept for visitors and tours. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in the photo was. I also don't know when this photo was. So many pictures of Guy. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Piketty. The issue of Piketty magazine that it came from was pulled from the shelves, but you managed to find it online. Piketty does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos by the Roottrees Company for use in her book. In the background of the photo, there is a Christmas tree. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Piketty. The issue of Piketty magazine that it came from was pulled from the shelves, but you managed to find it online. And then, yeah. Lots of photos of Guy. All the photos of Guy, actually, I think. And then this might be all the photos of the girls, too. I've got 3, and then there's 1, 2, 4. There's 4, so I am missing one. Oh, I know who's who. This must be the next girl, since Zach is kind of handing it over to him. And then is Cicely one of those people? I have her picture, which makes me think maybe. This might not be. No, that's not Cicely. It's just someone at the party, and this is her husband. So she's married. That was a lot of really good information. Okay. Rootree, Brazil. Rootree, Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Rootree, Brazil, is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Rootree candy. It was developed as part of the Rootree Everywhere initiative near the beginning of 1979. Unlike some of the other Rootree Everywhere results, Rootree Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar-flavored 5 pieces, released at the end of 1978, were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos, near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Rootree Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Rootrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly, except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio do Bordo in 1982, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all of the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brasil, which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists, not much information has ever existed about it, and the Rootrees now run Rootree Brazil entirely. Okay, so we have Rootree Everywhere. We have Alvalagos, which I probably don't need to search, but I will keep it. Edson Soares. And Incendio do Bordo. It's probably something I can look up too. And then maybe I look up these. Okay. So we'll start with Rootree Everywhere. Rootree Everywhere was an expansion in the late 1970s. It coincided with some other large changes at the company and had a mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the following of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Oh wait, I accidentally read following. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Rootree candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Rootree Everywhere involved Rootree's expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Rootree. This started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. Rootree Aus, Rootree Brazil, Rootree China Rootree, and Rootree France. Okay. Oh, São Bernardo do Campo is a real place in Brazil. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing so that he could place a fictional factory there. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing that involved corruption and politics, so the small town name he made up, Alvalagos, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing 2 other regions, Interlagos and Alvarenga. Alright. Corruption and politics. Let's go. Edson Soares. Edson Soares was a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Edson is a former mayor of Alva-Lagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of Alva-Lagos by the military government in 1973. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had two side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor, and what the paper speculates was a move to counteract his unpopularity. His wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. Oh. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988 when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Okay, so what's this? Telerede is a former television station in Brazil. It came into being in 1970 after a vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network at the hands of the Brazilian military dictatorship. Due to a lack of resources online, you don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Okay. Incendio do Bordo translates to maple fire. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. The fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claim that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year a news special did list this incident as well as a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Oh. And then that just takes me back to that. So let's look up Roottrees Australia. Roottrees Aust is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in summer 1979. According to a history website for Roottrees Aust, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottrees Candy Company at the time. Roottrees Aust did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Roottrees Aust now serves as an importer and distributor. I meant to search him, but... Charles Martin was a candy manufacturer in Australia born in 1923. He had a popular brand of licorice called Martin's Licorice Bullets. Most of his history is unrelated to the Roottrees. However, in 1979, he helped to develop Roottrees Aust. He used his own wealth to build a new factory, and they distributed the maple treats through the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottrees company in the US. Much like how the Clanset Trust distributed the profits from the Roottrees company evenly to split to the Roottrees family, the profits of the Roottrees Aust would be split 50-50 between the American Roottrees company and Martin himself, for him to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially toward the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Roottrees candy gained a poor reputation in Australia, and sales suffered immensely. Charles' vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Okay. That's who we were looking for from here. And that was in 1979? Okay. Oh wait, I didn't mean to highlight it again. I meant to search. Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid 70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that said simply "Satisfied Partner" on it. Okay. So maybe I can find her in Business Watch? Apparently, Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in 1992, the year after he died, which combined with her inheritance immediately catapulted her to an almost unimaginable level of wealth. The writer at Business Watch, who was assigned to report on this news, seems to disapprove of this move immensely. While the article does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division as well as what was to become of the maple candy factory, the entire text seems to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. The article ends with a dig at Robin's personal life and lack of traditional values, but who am I to judge? Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh, wait. Jeez. I don't know why she'd be there. Maybe news. Piketty. Starlet. Nothing. Okay. But that gives me some news. So Robin Martin in 1979. And she doesn't have any children, never married, so that would be her. And then there's this lady and this lady. Honestly, this lady might be the teacher. They could be the same woman. I don't actually know. Because this one does have a second photo. But I need a picture of Robin. I was hopeful. Oh, I think I just searched what I just searched. Hmm. What else do we get from Susie something? So let's look at this. Maybe she's in here. Susan Ford. Susan Ford is no longer. She's moved to office staff, and then she wasn't working there in 82 anymore. And he died in 82. Maybe this last person is Susan. And she was a teacher there. Maybe she was supposed to get married. Maybe she did get married to him. That checks out. Yeah, what do I write for her? She kind of didn't really do anything. Media mogul. Her own exclusive retreat. Okay, notes. We can look at other expansions. China Roottrees. China Roottrees is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute root tree candy. It was developed as part of the Root Tree Everywhere initiative in the summer of 1979. During the late 70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies, and the Root Tree Candy Company decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottrees family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead, they made a deal to import bulk, unpackaged Roottrees candy and label it not only for China, but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, it passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Jinyu. Okay, highlight. I don't think it'll give me any additional information, but I will check. You come across a website for the Lang Tai Textile Corporation, which is a company that has helped expand Roottrees products to China since the late 1970s. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company-focused and not people-focused and don't offer any information useful to your investigation. Their page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove that the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. It kind of looks like a family tree. It goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period where they began the Root Tree deal, Lang Hongbo in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is his last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on this website. His younger brother, Lang Hongyu, is featured on the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. The current CEO is a woman listed simply as Xin Yu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Lang Tai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Roottree logo, another is Tranquilts, and the third is Piece of Asia. Okay. Lang Xinyu, in China the family name comes first, so Lang is her last name, is a businesswoman currently running the Lang Tai textile company. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article, entitled Empowered, is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. Lang Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates it as, someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. There is an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says that it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It has been added to your evidence. Okay. So... can I see that person? I guess it's not important. It would be in Chinese anyway. She runs a business with many textile factories. Some manufacture packaging for American products. Is she on this list? This might be the same person. Were there any more? Why did I do that? I just want to search this word. It seems Tranquilts is a play on tranquil and quilts. The name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on their website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. Although they were listed on the website for the Lang Tai Textile Company, they don't seem to have much of a connection. It appears that they import cloth. Okay. And then I just wanted to check Piece of Asia. Piece of Asia is the American arm of Lang Tai, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. According to their site, the Tai in Lang Tai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate. As very few of them seem to have any relevance, it seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lang Tai. They offer fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices. You don't spot anything out of the ordinary. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too, and from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Long Jinyao. Well, there's no one who has a child that's married. It would have to be someone down here. Maybe here. Wait. This person's married to two different people at the same time? Strange. I'm trying to put my mind around it. I'm trying to wrap it together in my head. What? So oh, I didn't look into this. Oh, right. I think it was in the Roottree Everywhere search, actually. And it told me Susie something. Oh, did I ever look this up either? Oh, yeah, this is the same one. Let me just look up Roottrees Everywhere. I might have deleted it. Oh, and then France. So, oh no, he did all of these, and Elias did Canada, Mexico, and then UK stuff. Okay, let's see Let's see France. Roottrees France is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in summer 1979. Apparently, Roottrees France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process after the company had already been formed, and then the leadership of Roottrees went through a very large change soon after. The CEO of Roottrees France was meant to be Tristan Robert. Tristan Robert is a businessman who at one time was in negotiations to take over Roottrees France. He is still alive, and you come across an interview unrelated to Roottrees from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottreemania, as you recognize the word Roottree in one of the questions. It seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. The article is in French and takes some time to translate section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. The translation is as follows. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit, and the interviewer never returns to the subject of Roottrees. He kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business deal. So, I wonder if that was like the last one, and then every other time he was successful. All right. So I have Susan Ford, who's definitely a professor, and she seems like she would have been the last one. They had a child together, but she also had a child with her husband. Okay. 1981. But Robin wouldn't have had any kids, so maybe it's not her. She had a procedure done so it was developed in 1979. Somewhere in the mid 70s, she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. So this might not even be Robin. Who's Beth? Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, but she never met her. And there's 5. Who's together from here? Okay. Yeah. Elizabeth next. Maybe I should look up Raina. Ruby Spratt, like her legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There, she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate cases she was a part of. One was a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Let's see. Oh, maybe I should check on Lauren's book. Or Lauren in general. In the wake of Six Pieces' release, Lauren Roottrees, author of A Life Between Wars, was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond on the premises. Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. It's not too many that you can't look at all of them, and so after scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. The article from March of this year, 1999, mentions that the Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful, and as it turns out, they were. She says, "They couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only by about 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert, and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year." The article includes a picture of the girls added to your evidence. Okay. That's helpful. So this is the EpiPen and this is the inhaler. This photo accompanied an article about a scientific study in the Butler County Times. The Ford twins were used as part of a nationwide study of how allergies and other diseases affect twins differently. The twin on the left is holding an inhaler, and the twin on the right is holding an EpiPen. Okay, so This is interesting. She has twins. And that could only make her one of two people, but the timeline puts her here. And the article said her youngest is the one who has the allergy, not the asthma. Okay. So, allergy, asthma. And then maybe Melissa and Heather. Well, this is just going to be a guess. Is it Ford? And they're in high school? And they're called the Ford sisters, so I think their last name is Ford. And maybe I can search for them? No. This is the same article. Okay. Oh wait, I have it backwards now. It's oldest to youngest. So this picture should be here. Oh. Okay. I'll take it. Oh, I got their mom wrong. Let's go. Oh.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
All right. Okay. So we have Melissa here. Principal. That might still be her. This is the other option, but that might be another picture of her. Who else? He didn't give me any evidence, so I'll just keep going off of what I have. Oh, did I get her husband right? I did. Okay, cool. Who are these other people? Okay. Where did they... Oh, they were here. Okay. They have kids whose last names are still Clementine. We got what we needed from this. The infamy list. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. That still redirects here. Mark is from Los Angeles. What if I look up Pauline Clementine? Nothing. Well, let's just go through everything. And then I have to check her maiden name. I know there's an article there, but I just don't know how to find her children. Lucy? No. Oops. License. Colleen Webb, marked ex-wife. She worked in an airport newsstand. Her oldest... She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. But what are their names? Piketty magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look up the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it. You gain a few new bits of information, though it might not be useful. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Toasterito Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. Piketty interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Oh. So she should be the oldest. Mary. I don't have a picture. Wait. Married? Maybe that's the younger daughter. Actually. I don't know if I can get anything from that. Okay. So let's search this guy. Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1993 that offered free meals for life to anyone that legally changed their name to Toasterito. The Toasterito was a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Toasterito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. Alright. Oh, Lucinda Jacobson. Let's look elsewhere then. Oh. There's a crime blotter about Edith Jacobson that also mentions a Helen Roottree and a Lucinda Jacobson. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottree, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Helen Roottree was quoted as saying, "Jesus forgives, and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways, and I am confident He has brought these young women to us for a greater purpose." Oh. Maybe that's how I was supposed to find Miracle's wife's name, but I just guessed it. So she's one of the women that tried to steal from him? Edith and her sister. Edith. Isn't Edith, Miracle Jr.'s wife? Oh yeah. Weird. Okay. So he was bailed out by Miracle's side of the family. Because he's Miracle's son. So his wife's sister bailed him out. Okay. Can't believe she changed her name to Toastito Jacobson. Okay. This didn't produce anything. This didn't produce anything. I think these all went to the same place. And I already looked up the company, I think. Helped your sister have a child. And then okay. Robin might be a dead end. We looked at all of this. We have her in the right place. This still has some evidence on it. Some clues. Oh, this page alone has 2 clues. I see. And then this one has 1. Guy Hudson, who was only president of Roottrees for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s, had mostly faded into obscurity. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, this headset is making my head hurt. Alright. Piketty is not afraid to expose details that other publications would. Shortly after the announcement that Jane Doe Roottree was not a Roottree, Piketty exposed personal details about the story of Anonymom under the headline Anonymom the Anonicon. They said Anonymom worked as a manager at a department store in North Carolina, and her daughter's name was Courtney May. They also said that the woman that vouched for her famous cover story, they didn't identify news time, perhaps to avoid being sued, is named Corinne S., and that she had filed for bankruptcy. The article speculates that Anonymom and Corinne were in on it together, and even speculates that they might have been lovers. Piketty is not a credible publication. Their information wasn't particularly actionable. Very few people seem to notice or care. Corinne S. Is that a name that's in my evidence? Corinne Schwartz and Beatrice Watts. Okay. Corinne Schwartz comes up in a few articles from local news stations in Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymom were harassing her. She recently had to take a leave of absence because people showed up at the car dealership where she works. She is begging people to stop the accusations so that she can get back to her normal life. In every article you find, the journalists involved have independently verified that she is not Anonymom. Okay. Corinne Schwartz resides in Pennsylvania, though it appears she lives beyond the Butler County limits. After she was named in a national tabloid, people have come to her place of work and have accused her of being Anonymom. The article explains that it's impossible for her to be Anonymom because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corinne could have been involved in any of the potential affairs on your tree. Okay. But what about Beatrice? Beatrice Watts. Actually, let's just copy it. And then let's just search it. Nothing relevant. Nothing relevant. Okay, well. Courtney May. That would be her last name. Would it be Watts? Oh. Courtney May has a simple website with black text on a white background and a few images. From the view counter, you can tell you're one of only a few hundred people who has visited it. She's not shy about claiming she is Jane Doe Roottree. As proof, she has posted an unobscured cover from the time she was featured on Newstime, as well as a different picture of herself that appears to be a wedding photo. The website seems to be created in defense of her mother, who has been the target of public scrutiny. Under the headline, The True Story of Jane Doe Roottree, courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts, Courtney May writes, "Everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottrees before 5Ps was ever on the cover of Newstime. Nobody at the Roottree Company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV and in magazines. The site has a scanned letter from the Ruby Legal Group to Courtney May's mother, Beatrice. In very polite legal terms, it seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders to leave the Roottrees alone. It's dated from a few weeks before the five-piece article appeared in Newstime, and it seemed legitimate. Courtney May also discusses her mother's magazine feature in more detail. Do you know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell our story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying, because her story was just like Five Pieces, but my mom's story was first. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell Newstime that seeing Five P's on the cover was what inspired her to go public. But that's the only way Newstime would agree to it and help her get on TV, but it's not true. Our story was first. Courtney's defense continues, but much of it seems repetitive and useless. Towards the end of her page, she discusses the DNA test and defends her mother's character. My mom is amazing. She's the nicest woman in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so that I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I got a degree in nursing, so I learned about DNA in college, and I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Mom is 100% confident that there's nobody else who could be the father. Either they did the test wrong or DNA is complete BS. She is not a liar. Okay. May Newton. Okay, that's a good bit of evidence. Newton. Beatrice Watts. And she was hired in 1978. I am losing the plot. Okay, these were 76. So this is Beatrice. Oops, Beatrice Watts. Oh, but maybe she's not on the tree because she's married. So this wouldn't be her. It could be this one. No. She's married. I don't know about her mom. Huh. Why am I getting pictures if I shouldn't be considering Courtney May and Danny together forever? Is that an ambulance? I guess maybe, well, she's a nurse, so maybe it's her. Courtney May Watts posted this photo on her website to prove her identity. It appears to be a wedding photo of hers. This is the original unobscured cover photo from the Newstime feature on Jane Doe Roottree and her anonymous mother. You found it on Courtney May Watts' website. Okay. Williams. The Bocadoro Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and a list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Okay. Cuba by Cubans is a book of paintings of Cuba released in 1963. It's credited to Marcia Barbon. At first glance, it doesn't seem related to your search in any way. But what if it is? Actually, let's copy this one. Cuba by Cubans. Out of print. On second glance, it still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Darn. I was hoping. Okay. Then let's find out what the Miami Sunday is. The Miami Sunday has no records that you can find online or in your periodical search. It merged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday, which folded after only a year. The Miami Mercury Sunday was a newspaper that lasted only a year, from 1949 to 1950. You find a small website about quirky printing history facts that mentions that the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging two smaller, failing newspapers. This resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way that they did, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time, with the newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. The Miami Mercury is a now defunct newspaper that merged with the Miami Sunday. The resulting newspaper, the Miami Mercury Sunday, went out of business. It seems at some point during this process it was at least partially archived and available via your periodical search. Yay. Okay, Miami Mercury. Bess Williams. The Miami Mercury had an article about the Bess Williams section in the Bocadoro Library when it was being built in 1928. It mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. It also had a later mention from 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction and included a new statue, fountain, and a second room that would double its shelf count. Wildcat Construction is listed in some historical records as having worked on many buildings in the Miami, Florida area. It seems to have ceased operations in the 1960s. Might have read that already. Wildcat Construction was mentioned once in an article you've already seen about the expansion of the Bocadoro Library. It was also mentioned earlier in 1947 under the headline Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941 a construction worker and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company, focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now we're rooting for them. Okay, so Frank Wildcat Williams. Frank Wildcat Williams is listed on a few different military history websites. He was awarded a Navy Cross Medal in World War II, and the story goes that even after being struck in the arm with a bullet, he managed to carry a fellow soldier through enemy territory on his shoulders for over 2 miles. He died in 1996, age 74, in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website of a local news channel that was written by his surviving family also sheds light on some of his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother, and he had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. A photo is attached of Frank in his youth juggling hammers in front of one of his construction sites, as he was often known to do. According to the article, he is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. Okay. Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed as in Coconut Grove, Florida. The flyer has been added to your evidence. Barbara? No. What was the other daughter's name? Sharon? All right. Okay. So this is a statue of Bess Williams. This is Frank Wildcat Williams. And this is Barb Williams. Okay. We had to take a little break, and it's dark outside, but I have the light on, so we're good to go back into this. Okay, so I am down to 2 people that I haven't seen yet, and I just need to figure out who this third affair was with. Do I have notes on this? Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, and Catherine Garrett. Okay. Nothing. Oh wait, was it Sicily? No, I don't have a picture of Sicily. Um, have I seen this before? Newstime briefly covered a lawsuit between Ruby Spratt and Piketty magazine surrounding Cicely Sanchez. They said that Cicely didn't have the rights to redistribute the photos in the magazine of Guy Hudson. Piketty apparently announced that they would be pulling their issue the following day the moment that Ruby Legal Enterprises threatened them. This caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history, though only for a day. Even people that would never have normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one, just in case it would be worth something someday. It especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists who assumed that anything worth suing over would have to be hiding something. An expert legal analyst from Newstime states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Piketty likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Roottrees just ignored the story. Okay. And then Piketty. Do I have any pictures that haven't been applied to people yet? Oh, right. This woman who helped her sister have a baby, I guess. Let me go back to my evidence. She is here. Lang Xinyu. An early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Searching for Lang Xinyu separately brings up much fewer results than Lang Tai. Lang Xinyu was even featured in Business Watch in 1992. She missed out on Watchman of the Year, but did have a pretty sizable article that mentioned some of her history. She was born in 1947, the first of 2 children. Her mother was already in her 30s when she had her, and had trouble conceiving a second time until 3 years later. This was Xinyu's sister. It became clear that her father was not going to have a son to pass the family business down to. This is how Xinyu became involved. Her father stayed the president of Lang Tai for a very long time, and his daughters grew up. He began training them in hopes that one of them would have a son who could take over. One helped him in China, Xinyu, and the other in the USA. Neither were given any official titles. When he died, due to social dynamics, the business passed to his male sibling, a younger brother. Many in the know knew that this could be a problem. His brother, Xinyu's uncle, was not a businessman and was not much younger than his brother. During this time, Xinyu essentially ran the company as her uncle's consultant. He began to have problems related to dementia, and Xinyu, who had already been running things behind the scenes, performed somewhat of a power play. She stopped working until the results of her absence began to cause problems. Only then did they admit they needed her. Okay. So maybe it's her? Is she a CEO? President. Ooh, president has numbers here. Which I don't know how long this has been in her family. But I'll come back. She wasn't in Pennsylvania or Miami. Doubt she's in the music one. News time. Piketty. Silver Screen wouldn't have anything. Starlight won't have anything, and neither will Team Blast. Telephoto? No. Okay. Lang Tai. Lang Tai was mentioned in Business Watch fairly often in the last 20 years or so. There were a lot of articles about the rise of Chinese companies. Unfortunately, this makes the search results not particularly helpful. When you sort to find the oldest articles, however, one of the earliest mentions from October 1979 stands out as very unusual because it doesn't involve Lang Tai's business. The article details a new, at the time, medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. After the first successful IVF birth in 1978, it seemed the industry began to grow, and a featured article about different companies all over the world and the cost that they could charge for their services was in Business Watch. This included a few cases of high-profile customers willing to pay a premium. Apparently at the time, the CEO of Lang Tai was Lang Hongbo, and his younger daughter, Lang Xinyao, and her husband could not have children, so in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid Keygenes to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. The cost for this was apparently 380 won, or just over 100,000 USD. Keygenes, pronounced Keygenes, was a medical company with operations in both the US and China. They made international news in 1994 after a whistleblower came forward. Apparently their services were in some cases falsified. While they did often perform IVF, the whistleblower proved that a few of their customers paid for a very different service, an alibi. The company would claim they performed IVF on someone who was already pregnant to create a cover story for high-profile families who did not want to give up the child, but did not want the shame of an unmarried mother. The whistleblower claimed that they had helped do this at least 6 times, but only provided proof of one case, the daughter of an American politician who was unrelated to your investigation. Keygenes shut down soon after. Both founders have reportedly fled to Lebanon, where there is no extradition to either China or the US. Okay. So, that is why she's here. And then it would be her sister's baby. So maybe I should look up her sister. Piece of Asia is the American arm of Lang Tai, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. According to their site, the Tai in Lang Tai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate, as very few of them seem to have any relevance. It seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lang Tai. They offer fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices. You don't spot anything out of the ordinary. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too. And from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Xinyao. Okay. So maybe I should look up Linda Han. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hangin' with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese-American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company, this article never names it. After it expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song, with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the US, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposite, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. Lucy Lang. Lucy Lang is not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. There are a few that come up with any searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. A Lucy Lang is mentioned on a robotics website as part of Team Talonclaw. Team Talonclaw are one of the only 2 teams from the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Lang is part of a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. A third Lucy Lang works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. I think it's this one. Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited is a company located in New York City. Lucy Lang is a lead synergy engineer who is listed as being ranked one of the top facilitators in the world by Business Watch magazine. As far as you can tell, CCSU is a company that other companies hire as consultants to increase productivity. It's unclear the exact services they provide. The site is light on details. There are a few high-profile companies listed on their site as former clients. You recognize their names, but none of them are related to your current investigation. Okay, so Business Watch for Lucy Lang. A. Lucy Lang was listed in Business Watch for her work with Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. She's in an article about consultants that corporations hire to facilitate large internal changes. Each person featured in the article has a small bio section, followed by a longer section about why they were chosen. Lucy's bio section mentions she grew up in a small Arkansas town, the oldest of 4 children, and she's only the second person in her family to ever have even left the state since her great-grandparents relocated in the early 1900s. She earned her degree from a prestigious New York college. She started as a junior associate synergy engineer, and in 8 short years has worked her way up the company ladder. Now at age 32, she's the youngest lead synergy engineer in the company's history. The article calls her one of the top facilitators in the US due to her work on a merger between 2 regional dial-up service providers. As a direct result of her organizational changes and policies, the new company managed to eliminate over 200 redundant positions as part of the merger, making it an instant success. Okay. No picture, though. Mark on. Piece of Asia has its headquarters in Butler County. It is listed occasionally under many different contexts, as many local businesses are. Nothing seems important except the first mention from 1981. The newspaper chronicles that Jerry Han has traveled from China to open the company, which is connected to a much larger company overseas called Langtai that has connections to Roottrees. It's not a factory, it simply imports and distributes Langtai's products. It also mentions that Jerry is the son-in-law of the current leader of Langtai. As someone close to the family who learned English in school, he naturally raised through the ranks as they expanded their reach to America. Although Jerry's wife Linda doesn't speak English at all, she is currently taking classes and he is teaching her at home. He says she has always been a fast learner and he hopes that she'll be at least conversational by the time she gives birth. According to the article, this was not the first time they were in Butler. They visited in the late 70s with the rest of the leadership of Langtai when trying to court the Roottrees. It seems the first trip wasn't covered by the newspaper. Well, hold on. Hmm. Our kids are complete opposite, though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school. Um, um, hmm. The oldest of 4 children. Oh, this might not be who I'm looking for. Actually. Team Talon Claw is the robotics club of Mid-Eastern University. Their robot, also named Talon Claw, has been selected for appearance on the second season of a British television show focused on robot fighting. A small blurb mentions that robot fighting leagues have existed for a few years, but there have been recent moves to televise it. Talon Claw was one of the 2 teams selected from the US. The robotics club has a text-only site you can find linked from the university's student section. The site seems like it's used mostly to announce the schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been canceled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date from a few weeks back was canceled for an interview with the school's newspaper. At the bottom, the traveling members of Talon Claw are listed as Team Captain Jaya Patel and supporting members Lucy Lang and Kurt Hauser. Okay. The Gin and Tonics are a college a cappella group out of Los Angeles. Lucy Lang is listed as a soprano. There doesn't seem to be much else about her other than her name, and that she performs as a soloist on a song called Like the Wind. The group were featured on a CD compilation called Boca, performing a cover of a popular boy band song. It doesn't seem relevant to your search. Subways of Your Mind by Fex is an early 1980s pop song, and it was the #1 hit in many countries, though it peaked at 6 in the US. It is still played to this day on contemporary stations around the world and is often found on compilation discs of popular music. One reviewer at the time was quoted as saying, "Subways of Your Mind is one of those rare songs that feels like it has always existed, and the artist just plucked it fully formed from the collective ether. It's hard to imagine a world in which this modern classic won't become a regular part of our audio landscape for the next 100 years. What a sad, empty world that would be." Fex had many follow-ups that were just as popular in European countries, though their continued success was significantly more limited in the United States. Their next single, Talking Hands, only reached number 24, and their third single, Modern Danger, failed to chart at all, due to Subways of Your Mind famously starting with the catchy opening phrase, "Like the Wind," and perhaps also due to its somewhat lengthy title. Those seeking it out or requesting it often search for "Like the Wind." Many lyric sites and music hosting sites even label it incorrectly, making this mistake even more common. When searching for combinations of Like the Wind and attempting to narrow it down to results that include the Roottrees, you find that an obscure Irish band called U2 once cited both Fex and Jim and Diamond as inspirations. As far as you can tell, neither Fex nor Subways has anything to do with your search, and seeing as U2 is relatively unknown to anyone outside of Dublin, the connection seems to be an odd coincidence. What if I put Lucy Lang? Nope. BOCA stands for Best of College A Cappella, and it has existed since 1995. It's a compilation of various a cappella groups from different colleges, often performing covers of popular music. It doesn't appear very relevant to the Roottrees or anyone connected to the Roottrees. Nobody has ever done a cover of a song by Jim and Diamond, for example. Maybe someday. Well, I don't know if she would be in Los Angeles. This one felt right, but then she said she was born in Arkansas, which wouldn't be... Jim and Terrence. Is that there? No. No. Okay, so our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school. But I feel like... I feel like we're onto something here. I just need to figure out the connection. So we need Lang tie. And we need okay. Zinni was an early adopter IVF and helped her sister have a child. Hmm. So okay. And then her uncle. Her uncle. You come across a website for the Langtai Textile Corporation, which is a company that has helped expand Roottrees products to China since the late 1970s. Okay. I want to search here for him. Nothing. Okay. I think we search for her sister. Lang Xinyao is mentioned very briefly in an article about in vitro fertilization from 1979. The article details a new, at the time, medical industry. In vitro fertilization was brand new, barely a year old. Right. And so his younger daughter, Lang Xinyao, and her husband could not have children, so in an attempt to create a suitable heir, he paid key genes to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. So maybe I should look for that here. Keygene's company was mentioned once in an article you already read about the head of Lang Tai, but then again later in 1994, there's a long article that spells out a huge controversy. It seems that a whistleblower came forward to the US government about Keygenes, which was said to have been founded in China by a partnership involving American and Chinese medical specialists, who then built their medical facilities in the United States. The article mentions the whistleblower's claim. Keygenes will sometimes claim that they performed IVF when they did not. This would often be used as an excuse for an otherwise unexplainable pregnancy. They'd fly their clients to America, where they would stay for an extended period of time, then return to China with news of a successful IVF pregnancy. The whistleblower apparently presented the Department of Health and Human Services with credible evidence. At the time of the article, it was still an ongoing investigation, but Business Watch speculated, after copies of the proof were leaked to various media sources, that they couldn't imagine a world in which the company would be allowed to continue operations without facing serious legal or financial consequences. Keygenes is a company that was in the news when a whistleblower came forward to say that they would often claim to perform IVF, but were just accepting bribes to forge paperwork. Newstime did have a few articles about it during the height of the scandal. They produced a hypothetical timeline of how a client would use the company. Generally, celebrities or other powerful people who found out they were unexpectedly pregnant would declare that they were going to use the service as soon as possible. During the final week of pregnancy, the client would travel to a Keygenes facility in either China or the United States. Usually it was the opposite of their home country so that they could maintain a lower profile. They would then give birth and be photographed with their newborns. During their recovery, they would then stay on the premises for a few weeks to a month. This was equivalent to an extremely high-class spa. After these few weeks, the photos would be released and the birth would be announced as if it had just happened. This extra time out of the spotlight would allow the birth to appear to be over 9 months after the announcement that the celebrity was going to use the service. Well, there's no real keywords to search here. Maybe I should look up IVF. IVF, or in vitro fertilization, is a medical procedure that allows a woman to give birth to a child that was initially created in a laboratory. Sometimes this can be referred to as a test tube baby in popular culture. A woman does not necessarily need to give birth to a child developed from her own genetics. Sometimes, for example, a baby from an egg donor could be used. Other times, a woman could act as a surrogate mother for another woman who is unable to carry a child herself. If it does come up for the purposes of your family tree, an IVF child from a surrogate mother will be marked as belonging to their genetic parents, and the surrogate who gave birth will not necessarily appear on the chart unless she is also part of the family. That said, be sure to investigate these situations very carefully. They can often be tricky or misleading. You're telling me. I simply do not know. I don't even have a picture that would be of her daughter or son. Xinyao. Lang Xingyao. Oh, that's her sister. Hmm. Hmm. I'm a little lost on the could not have children. He paid He genes to have their child implanted in his older daughter, who was unmarried. So, Xinyu had a child for Xinyu, but Xinyu was pregnant in the US. Here, Linda Han he hopes she'll be conversational by the time she gives birth. This is from 1981. And this is from 1979. So Team Talon Claw. Okay. I feel like I'm going crazy and doing things that I've already done before. But I will figure this out. She grew up in a small Arkansas town. Age 32. I don't know. Hmm. Flew out here as soon as she graduated. Lucy Lang. Hmm. 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 Oh my gosh. Okay. Hmm. Nothing. Hmm. 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 I feel like I'm right there. She's the only face you can see here. Why do I have a picture of someone? Oh. I don't know who this is. This is Sonia. So this would be in Brazil. Might be relevant later. This just isn't her. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school. July. Drove my sister absolutely loco. Mid-Eastern University is a notable private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectres, though they are not known for their sports programs as much as their education. Their legal and language departments are their pride and joy, though they also have fairly extensive computer science and robotics programs. Along with other prestigious schools that haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools, some refer to it as a Little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of Hedera, the scientific name for ivy, and Herald. Their website boasts that they have a historical technology museum on campus, including a still-functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. They also have a printing press that they use to print one special year-end issue of the Herald each year. Okay. The Herald is the school newspaper of Mid-Eastern University. It appears to be available in your periodical archive. After a bit of research, you've discovered its name is a combination of Hedera, the scientific name for ivy, and Herald. Yes. Okay. Is this what I have been looking for? Lucy Lang. The Herald has a story about their school's robotics team, Team Talonclaw. It lists 3 student members and talks a bit about each of their history, including their interest in robotics. The only one that catches your attention is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. She says she grew up around factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world, and the moving parts and automation fascinated her. However, as she has progressed through her major, she has become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closes Talonclaw's weapon. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is the Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl due to its use in popular culture. The article has a picture now in your evidence. This is a photo of Lucy Lang, aka Lang Min, with Talonclaw, the robot she worked on at Mid-Eastern University. You found it in the school's newspaper. Okay. I was so right with Min. So wrong with the photo. But something else is wrong. I think it's this. She's not an artist. She was in the military, right? Nurse? No. Military. Because I thought this was Val for a while. So my evidence. Even though it's a picture of her, I think it's not a photo item. Okay. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. I ran into Lisa after her surgery. Okay. Val. I didn't mean to highlight that. I just wanted to search it. Oh, what is this? What is Mary do? She had a business. Travel agent. That's right. I'm trying to finish this. That's okay. I was so close. Okay. Not history. So research. Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. 1998 to 1999. Oh, I think I got it from the photo of Mary. Mary. Corporate composition photography. There's so many periodicals now. Cam Lincoln, reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. Vow. Oh, Cam, the camera is his namesake. So, what's wrong here? She's a travel agent. I think she's in college. Yeah, she's in college. She's the CEO. She's a travel agent. She looks like she's in the military. What is wrong? She lost an arm. He's a photographer. This is their child. I feel like it has to be... Yeah, she's a CEO. So it has to be this lady, because she's a travel agent for sure. Paranormal travel agency. So her sister. It has to be this one, so I just don't know what she is. Or is she Lisa? She's married, so she's Lisa. I forgot their last name. Lincoln. Lisa Lincoln. Thank you. Lisa Lincoln is, according to a military website you find, an amputee who lost a limb in Desert Storm. She runs a support group for fellow veterans in Beacon, New York. She makes another appearance, listed as a professor at West Point, a military college. She teaches classes that contribute to their environmental engineering major. Her short biography on the staff page mentions that she had a passion for the military from a very young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. While she later learned that to be untrue, her passion remained and she joined ROTC in high school. From there, she enlisted. After returning from Desert Storm, she earned her degree and relocated to West Point to teach a few years ago. So she is actually a professor, which was pretty close on the list. So we would have gotten there. Oh, thank goodness. Booyah.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done.
No, I saw that there were two more.
But it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Is it anonymous?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's. Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential root trees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
If there's
think I
anyone
have
you're
them.
100% positive can't be a root tree,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are root trees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Now's the time to review all possible root trees and input your deductions. Then you'll be able to end your search and reveal the truth. You have 13 possible root trees left to identify. Okay. Smoking guns. Oh, hold on. After putting together the tree of potential new root trees, Clark and Sam appeared at your door, together. According to Clark, Ruby Spratt, the company's lawyer, was caught throwing away the DNA samples from Bonnie Hudson. These were intended to be used to test new potential root trees. Something doesn't sit right with Sam, and the two of them asked you for your help. They're hoping that with your evidence and understanding of the family tree, you could verify which people in the dotted boxes are almost certainly legitimate root trees, very unlikely to be legitimate root trees, and which of them are too ambiguous to make a decision one way or another. Additionally, with the suspicion on Ruby Spratt, it's possible that some of her behaviors in the past have also been cast into doubt. A new section of the tree has been added for you to fill in. So we're going to revisit Anonymom, because I totally found everything I needed for that. So I need to confirm. This is inconsistencies. Filling in this person is optional. Well, this is Anonymom. Did I get her name? And her daughter. And her husband. Danny. Oh, that's not his first name. Danny? Where is that photo? This is everything. Did it have a different cover? This one? Courtney May Watts. Here it is. Courtney May and Danny. Courtney May Newton. She's Courtney May Watts, and then she is Beatrice. What's this other photo I have? Hmm. If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid 1981, months after I'd already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Susie something went to the bathroom and propositioned me. Heather Ford is a Roottrees blood relative. So, there's gotta be some logic I can use. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II vets. Okay. Yeah, and they're not gonna make me go further. It's like at the top. Miracle is still alive, so it's totally possible to prove. What's her smoking gun? Her adoptions. The adoption. She adopted 2 children. To adopt Stuart. I think because of his basket baby situation. A real life baby Moses situation. But she didn't like disappear or anything. Have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. I'm a little skeptical about Mark. I think that she might be an obscured newsstand cover. I did find this. Oh, there's another clue. Oh. Is it just... Hmm. Anonymom was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new root tree being added to the Glancet Trust. Hmm. Um... Someone was hired with her. Corinne Schwartz. We'll just start here. Corinne Schwartz resides in Pennsylvania, though it appears she lives beyond the Butler County limits. Right. Okay. I thought there was like a thing about like Corinne F somewhere. Maybe it was here. They eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. And didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Clues for this guy. This is smoking guns evidence? Is there an I'm ready button, or is it just when I've got it right, or is it just when I've marked them all? Oh. What? Why? Why wouldn't they be her sons? I did it. I have no idea if that was right. I kind of just randomly chose.
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies. Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week. Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted. But that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson. Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed. We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women. He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors.
Oh.
The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse.
First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottrees. Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the five-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do too.
He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying. Which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X.
That's great.
Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party.
Oh, wow.
Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories.
She and her husband Steve met years ago. Although they grew apart, they reconnected by chance. She has a bun in the oven.
Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know. Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
Okay, so I got one of them wrong. I think I put both of them as X's.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Leng Xinyu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even? When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive, but her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark. Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband. She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private. Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia.
All right.
Last was Susan Ford, hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there. She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins.
Oh.
So, what about 5 Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975. Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it. But there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby Spratt. They both grew up in Portland, in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another.
Telegraphed. I never found that. Ruby Spratt grew up in the foster care system. Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called Foster Fountain. The Fountain of Youth, also known as Foster Fountain. All of the performers and speakers were foster care alumni, and most of them grew up together as close friends. David Fellows was listed as one of the musicians.
Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a setup. Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. But they made some mistakes along the way. If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson.
The left and right sets of numbers are essentially signatures that perfectly match the DNA of the 2 people in question. It's listed as Jane Doe, but the Roottree company let them know it was from Bonnie Kellogg.
But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely. On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not.
Ryan and Cork, who are representing Anonymom, have confirmed that the sample they sent to the Roottrees was definitely Courtney May's hair.
Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution.
She went to the school? Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious with a heavy focus on wealth inequality. In the song, 5 Piece triumphantly talks about taking the Roottree's wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most.
A noble effort. But once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims.
Not a Roottrie. Okay, I got that right.
That finally brings us to Anonymom, a.k.a. Beatrice Watts. Her tales of Guy's parties and payoffs were true. She even approached Ruby before 5 Ps was on news time.
I did read that. I did a search for Beatrice Watts, and it did not pop up anything. I don't believe this. Many people were skeptical of her story due to the extremely similar parallels to 5 Pieces. Her accusation was virtually identical to that of Felix's, and even included many of the same details as his mother's story. Maybe this is under Anonymom, but I swear I searched Beatrice Watts and nothing came up.
Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion. I feel worst for her in all of this.
And she's got the red hair.
While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottree was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine. Not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle. And the basket baby story is a bit too convenient. If that's not enough on its own. He was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest. Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way.
I got that right, too.
Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family. My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth. Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess. Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties.
Okay. Ambiguous. Yeah, that's what I put.
Lastly, we have a
I
bit
was
of a
close.
curveball. Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is.
His divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs. An American reader on vacation claims to have overheard them arguing while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Gwyn announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility.
When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness.
Its director dropping out in the wake of a serious medical issue, though that's only a rumor.
At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it.
Up until recently, I didn't know anything about Huntington's. In the last few months, I've gone from knowing nothing about it to learning more than any one person should ever have to.
Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation.
After symptoms, somewhere between age 30 and 50, those affected by Huntington's typically live another 15 to 18 years. If a parent has the disease, 50-50 chance that their child will get it. If someone does not have the disease, their child will also not have it. Leslie Florence died of a genetic disease known as Huntington's in the late 1960s.
Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron. At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy. To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline. It's one heck of a story, and frankly nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together, not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof.
I did not look into that at all. Wow.
Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancet Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was useful. Without your tree, I'm not sure we would have ever discovered Ruby. All this information, this entire story, it's a lot. In more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all very, very carefully. But we couldn't have gotten here without you. And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. What a strange one it was. No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well. And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5-piece coming
All
at you
right.
from the real world. You know, the place
Well,
we never
that
lived in.
is the end of that. I do want to just take a look at the full tree.
Man, y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo,
Okay, so it kind of just overrode what I put in. I don't get to like actually see what I did. That one was kind of crazy. But yeah, we didn't have enough information for him. I figured it wasn't that he wasn't a root tree, but he definitely had a suspicious situation with the whole basket baby thing. She was convinced, and it all lined up. And then, well, we got the full explanation already, but I'm just trying to put it together here. So he was already born, or he came later. That was it. But her husband, like, doesn't know, probably. No, he does know. He does know. She's not married. And they're broken up. They definitely are broken up. There's not really any marriages at stake, actually. Everyone who doesn't know about it, they would already be divorced. This was a surprise, but I guess that's why it had the frame around it. I was wondering that a while ago, but now I understand these were areas or children who were in question of being Roottrees, and I just didn't realize that they were in question. I wasn't even looking into them at all. I just assumed that they were both there. But you can't change it anymore, so I don't know why I can say I'm ready, but okay. That is it for the Roottrees Are Dead. That was fun. That was really fun. I genuinely enjoyed that, even though it took me forever. But yeah, that is all